It's 5:30. Ready, Frank? This is not here. Good evening. We'd like to welcome everyone who is joining us here in person tonight, as well as the people that are online. Today is Thursday, December 15th, 2022. This is our last meeting of this calendar year. It is also our reorganization meeting. The time now is 5:31. The Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education meeting is now called to order. Mrs. Medina, can you please take roll call of the board members present?
Board Member Haro. Board Member Thoreen Ojeda. Board Member Ibarra.
Present.
Board Member Dan Flores. Board Member Bertha Flores.
Present.
Board Member Fuentes.
Present.
Board Member Sandoval.
Present.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. I would like to invite our superintendent to lead us in the flag salute this evening.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. I would like to acknowledge two very special guests that we have in the audience today. First, we have Dr. Edwin Gomez, and he is the superintendent of Riverside County. Welcome. Welcome. We also have the Honorable Judge Donald Alvarez here joining us tonight. Thank you for being here. Okay, I would like to also announce that we do have an interpreter present here, Cynthia Bueno. She is available for Spanish-speaking persons wanting assistance. So Cynthia, would you come to the podium? See where it's at. Where's the button?
Thank you, President Flores. Good evening, everybody. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy intérprete y traductora del distrito. Esta noche estaremos proporcionando servicios de intérprete. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión en español, pueden encontrarme en la mesa trasera. Tenemos los audífonos que pueden escuchar la reunión en español simultáneamente. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, moving on to item 1.3, adoption of December 15th agenda. I need a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amend closed session item 11.4, personnel public employee, the addition of 4 certificated coaches, head junior varsity basketball boys, head junior varsity basketball girls, head junior varsity track co-ed, head varsity softball girls. And the addition of 5 classified coaches, basketball assistant boys, head junior varsity wrestling, head varsity tennis boys, head varsity track co-ed, soccer assistant girls. The addition of one volunteer coach for basketball boys. We also have an addition of 18 volunteer general. Okay, need a motion?
So move. Oh, give it to Pam. I'll second.
I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Ibarra to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
On motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Ibarra, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. Moving on to 2.0, I would like to invite the Honorable Judge Donald Alvarez to the podium to administer the oath of office to our newly elected board members.
Okay,
Okay, but if we can have our newly elected board members, we have Board Member Joanne Thoring Ojeda, we have Mr. Dan Flores, Board Member Berenice Sandoval, and Board Member Mr. Fuentes.
it's been my privilege actually to be invited here the past number of years for election cycles for new board members and re-elected board members. I always enjoy that. I was privileged to serve on this board for 2 terms way back, and I noticed that Mr. Ibarra was, he goes far, I mean, it goes way back. Mr. Ibarra was on the board when I was there, and but he still believes in public service, as we were just talking about before the meeting, as all of you do, and it's deeply appreciated. We all do. So, but what we're going to do now is get everybody situated, and this is going to be for our newly elected board members. We have Dan Flores, Israel Fuentes, Bernice Sandoval, and Joanne Thoring Ojeda. So I would ask that you all raise your right hands. And then when I say I, then please just state your name and then just follow after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Okay, you're sworn in. Okay.
Thank you, Judge Alvarez, and congratulations to all of our board members. I'm glad you're here with us. Very glad. Okay, we are now moving on to 2.0. This is the 3.0. And 3.1 is the selection of officers. And we are going to start with the 2023 president. I would like to now open the floor for nominations for 2023 president. Now, our board members have the opportunity. Board Member Thoring Ojeda, do you accept the nomination? Very good. Okay. I'm going to ask for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Ibarra? Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, with that, we have Pat Haro, Board Member Pat Haro, and second by Board Member Ibarra with a nomination for president for Joanne Throwing Ojeda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Okay, so, we do, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Okay, we need a roll call vote, Joanne?
Board Member Dan Flores. Board Member Sandoval.
Yes.
Board Member Fuentes.
Yes.
Board Member Bertha Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Ibarra.
Yes.
Board Member Haro. Board Member Thoreen Ojeda. Thank you.
Board Member Throwing Ojeda, you are our new president. We are going to move on to 3.2 for the vice president. I would like to open the floor for nominations for vice president for 2023.
I would like to nominate Board Member Frankie Barra.
And I need, well, first of all, Board Member Ibarra, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
And I need a second.
Also,
Berenice, okay. Any other nominations? Okay, we have a motion on the floor for, by Board Member Flores and, let's see, Board Member Berenice Sandoval for the position of Vice President for 2023. And we need a roll call vote, Joanne?
Second was by Mr. Fuentes.
Was it?
that's fine. Berenice,
Okay, I'm sorry.
that's fine.
Let me stand corrected.
Berenice, that's fine. That one.
So keep Berenice? Okay, I thought I heard Berenice Sandoval. Sorry.
It was
for
a
that.
tie, sorry.
Okay.
Board Member Dan Flores. Board Member Sandoval.
Yes.
Board Member Fuentes.
Yes.
Board Member Bertha Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Haro. Board Member Thoreen Ojeda. Board Member Ibarra. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have our vice president for the 2023 school year. Congratulations to Mr. Ibarra. Moving on to 2023 clerk. Okay, I'm opening the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Iswell Fuentes for clerk.
I'd like to nominate Dan Flores.
Okay, we have two board members for clerk. We have Mr. Fuentes and we have Mr. Flores. Mr. Fuentes, do you accept the nomination?
I'll decline.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. And Mr. Dan Flores, do you accept?
Beat me to it, Izzy. I was going to decline. I'll accept the nomination.
Very good.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by board member. Board Member Fuentes, and we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, by Ms. Sandoval. Okay, we have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and second by Ms. Sandoval to appoint Dan Flores as the 2023 clerk. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ibarra.
Yes.
Mrs. Haro. Ms. Thoreen Ojeda.
Yes.
Mrs. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes.
Yes.
Ms. Bertha Flores.
Yes.
Mr. Flores.
Okay, so we have our clerk 2023, Board Member Dan Flores. Congratulations. Okay, we are moving on to 3.4. This is for the selection of representative for 2023-24 ROP board member, 2-year term. Currently we have Frankie Barra, and I am now opening the floor for nominations for ROP board member representative. Mr. Ibarra, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have Board Member Ibarra for the position of representative for ROP. And the motion made by Ms. Haro and second by Mr. Fuentes. And I need roll call vote.
Mrs. Haro? Mr. Flores? Ms. Doreen Ojeda?
Yes.
Ms. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes,
Mr. Ibarra?
I abstain.
we have an abstention. Okay. Okay, now we have our representative for ROP. Congratulations, Mr. Ibarra. Moving on, we are now going to have an alternate for 2023 ROP. Currently, we have Mr. Fuentes. I am now opening the floor for nominations for representative alternate for ROP.
I'd like to nominate Board Member Fuentes.
Mr.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, Mr. Fuentes, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we have Mr. Flores nomination and second by Mr. Ibarra for Mr. Fuentes to have the position of 2023 ROP Board Member Alternate. Can we have a roll call vote?
Mr. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mrs. Haro? Mr. Flores? Ms. Doreen Ojeda?
Yes.
Mrs. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes,
Mr. Fuentes?
I abstain.
Thank you.
thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 3.6, the selection of representative for 2023 elector San Bernardino County Committee of School District Organization. We currently have Joanne Throwing Ojeda. I am now opening the floor for nominations. Ojeda? Ms. Ojeda, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I need a second.
I'll second.
Mr. Fuentes? Okay. We have Board Member Haro and Mr. Fuentes, second by Board Mr. Fuentes, to nominate Ms. Throwing Ojeda for the position of 2023 elector for the San Bernardino County. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mrs. Haro? Mr. Flores? Mrs. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes,
Ms. Doreen Ojeda?
Yes.
Thank you.
okay, well, congratulations, Ms. Throwing Ojeda, for this position. Moving on to 3.7, this is the selection of regular meeting dates for the calendar year of 2023. I need a motion to approve the 2023 calendar as presented. Haro and Thornhill, okay. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Throwing Ojeda to approve the 2023 calendar as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? On motion of Board Member Haro and Board Member Throwing Ojeda and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved the 2023 calendar. Item 3.8. I need a motion to select a meeting time for 2023. I need a motion? Okay. Selection B.
I can second that.
Second. Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Haro and second by Board Member Fuentes to meet, which is to select B. Can you give me the time on that, please? 5:30. Okay. At 5:30 p.m. in 2023 calendar. Okay, I need, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay. On motion of Board Member Haro and Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board selected to meet at 5:30 PM in 2023. Okay, think we've got through all that. At this moment, I would also like to take the opportunity and also recognize and thank the members of the public for their patience. So now we have to take a few minutes just to reorganize ourselves and allow our new president to step in, and I will I will step out and I'll hand you the gavel. Okay, we're also going to take a picture, so.
And
Please.
if I may just take the liberty, I'd like to, for all of us to thank Board Member Bertha Flores for her leadership. It's not easy being the president. You get a lot of things thrown at you, but you handled it with grace. You handled it with dignity. Those tough meetings, all the things that go with it and the preparation. I want to thank you. I think we all want to thank you for the time because we know it's not easy. So thank you.
Thank you, Bertha.
Sure, let me see. I'll wait till I see a camera pop up. Yeah. That's Claudina. Yes.
Yeah, that would.
Look me on the other side. Yes. I'll take it. Okay. Yeah.
I know.
Nice. Oh, okay. That'll work. So we'll get it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it, then, yeah, you can relax.
You want to do a picture with the board at some point? Or after we go to close session? We go to closed session? Transition to that? Okay. All right, guys, then.
Like in class.
You probably talk more than. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble now.
Don't forget your
Double.
Thing you call oil.
$10 for you.
Yeah. What else? Don't even.
Dan Skip and cider.
Oh.
Or is that yours, Frank, or Dan? Oh.
Okay. You'll have to end at the time of work.
Yeah, that's, I like that part.
Yeah, that's, or turn the people off.
Especially for some.
Some people, yes.
Not right now.
That would be great,
I'm gonna have, we could move it, yeah, we could put it right here.
because my
That would-
tires go on here and I get it.
And I don't know if we can do that right now. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that because,
My tires get on that and they turn, my scooter turns.
yeah, we're just trying to set it. We're trying to get her something. Yeah.
I don't know. Usually it doesn't take this long. They're trying to get Joanne situated.
Thank you very much for your patience. We are ready to continue. We are now at 4.0 special presentations. Item 4.1, introduction of new management. Assistant Superintendent Dade, would we invite you new members of management, please?
Good evening, Board President Thoreen Ojeda, board members, audience here and then virtually. Thank you all for being here this evening. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce our new management members. And I'd like to first start with our new classified human resources analyst, Aslyn Davis. So Aslyn has been a part of Colton Joint Unified School District since 2007. She's worked as an attendance assistant and also a human resources technician. She's had multiple leadership roles. She's led the Classified Management Academy. She's helped lead the implementation of Frontline. She's led the Classified Subdesk. She's led Grad Night. That must have been fun. And she's led her own tutoring business. Some of the fun facts. Oh, we have something in common. She says she's a certified nerd, and I am too. I like to read direction books. I don't know why, but you know, and I like the movie Revenge of the Nerds. So, but other than that, she studies business in her free time. She loves traveling the world and has a passion for learning languages and cultures. So, this is Mrs. Aslyn Davis, and I'd like to go ahead and give her a chance to address the board.
Hello, good evening. I just want to take the time to say thank you to the board, Dr. Miranda, Mr. Dade, and also Dr. Cervantes for being able to have this opportunity to move into a new role in the Human Resources Department, as well as move up in our district and hopefully have more opportunities in the future to do so. And I look forward to starting in my new position. Okay, thank you again.
One more round of applause for Mrs. Davis. Took a little detour, that's okay. Next, I'd like to introduce our new assistant principal for Wilson Elementary, Ashanti McLean. So Ashanti comes to us with a wide variety of experiences as well. He was a substitute teacher back in 2015 for Colton Joint Unified. He's a teacher. He's been an assistant principal. Some leadership roles that he's had, he's was teacher in charge or administrative designee. He's a master teacher, induction coach, African American engagement community site representative, a basketball coach, and a school site council member. Some of his fun facts. Ashanti was a U.S. Army Reserves sergeant for 12 years, or in that capacity, rose to the ranking of sergeant. He loves music, and his favorite genre is jazz. Awesome, awesome. He travels, and some of his most favorite places that he's visited is Germany, Kuwait, and Mexico. And some of my favorite fun facts is Ashanti grew up in Colton Joint Unified School District. He attended Zimmerman Elementary, Rufo Harris, and graduated from Bloomington High School. And so I'd like to go ahead and give Ashanti an opportunity to address the board as well.
Thank you all for having me today and for allowing me to come back to the community in which I grew to do the work necessary to help give back to the students of CJUSD and the Colton community. Thank you. Yeah. I'm losing my voice, I see.
One more round of applause for Ashanti. Mrs. Flores, did I miss a fun fact? Were you his principal, you said? Oh, okay. All right, all right. Awesome. Next, I'd like to introduce our new assistant principal for Bloomington High School, Kyle Laughlin. Now, Kyle has a wide array of experiences as well. He was a teacher, teacher program coordinator, continuing education program coordinator for UC San Diego, a WAS and AVID coordinator, a program specialist, national AVID digital XP staff developer via the AVID Center, and most recently, a regional AVID program specialist here at San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. Some of his fun facts: he likes to spend time with his family, mainly his nieces and nephews. He also has 2 dogs, and during the interview, I don't know if he set this up or not, but he brought his, it was virtual, of course, and he has an 11-month golden retriever. And so once we saw that, we were like, yeah, we got to hire this guy, but but very cute dog. So yes, yes. He also enjoys gardening. And he loves traveling as well. And one of his most favorite places to visit is New York. And so I'd like to give Kyle an opportunity to address the board as well.
I didn't prepare a speech, but I do want to acknowledge the board president, Flores, all board members, and of course the superintendent, Dr. Miranda. I am truly humbled to step into this position. I am motivated, dedicated, and all in, and really excited to join forces with the amazing Yvette Ramon, who has an impeccable reputation that I don't even think she knows about outside of our respective district and her school site. I can't wait to move mountains together for our kids and our community. Let's do this. Thank you. That's right. I'm gonna go around that way.
Kyle got a little excited there, but it's all right. Yeah.
Congratulations.
One more round of applause for Kyle, please. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dade. Can't get this thing to work. I guess hit push the right button. It's always wonderful to meet all of our employees, and we welcome each and every one of you to Colton Joint Unified. At this time, we will move to item 4.2, employee recognition. Director Kathy Cervantes, would you please come to the podium?
Good evening, Board President Thoreen Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the community. The Human Resources Division is honored to congratulate and celebrate our October Employee of the Month. To be selected and nominated by your peers among our thousands of outstanding employees is a tremendous accomplishment. All of our nominees and award winners have shown dedication, compassion, and motivation for their work. We offer our congratulations to our exemplary staff and thank you for the wonderful model they set for others. We would like to publicly recognize our winner tonight. Our management employee recognition recipient is Ms. Jessica Gomez, principal of Alice Burney Elementary. At this time, we invite her to join us along with her family and her supporters. Welcome. Almost your entire staff came. And honoring her this evening is Dr. Anthony Ortiz, Assistant Superintendent of Student Services Division.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Thorino Ojeda, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the board. It's an honor and privilege and pleasure to speak on behalf of Ms. Gomez. I've known her for the last year and a half. Ms. Gomez is a dynamic individual with many gifts. First and most importantly, Jessica is a supportive wife to Dr. Edwin Gomez, Riverside County Office of Education Superintendent, and mother to two beautiful children in high school, senior Emmanuel Gomez and freshman Aliana Gomez. Ms. Gomez skillfully balances being a wife and mother with her bright career as a school administrator. During the 2022-23 school year, marks her 21st year as an educator. And if you're an Instagram user, you know Ms. Gomez is the proud principal of Alice Burney Elementary School. She was born to be principal. This is evidence in every Instagram post as she tells Alice Burney's story, highlighting the beautiful students, amazing staff, and inclusive culture on her campus. Her staff would call her a phenomenal leader. Her work ethic is outstanding, from showing up daily to the entire campus with positive work energy to finding the perfect solution to an imperfect situation. Each project she takes on is always completed to perfection in detail. She values connecting with people and building relationships. She always knows just the right person to support. Her students, her staff. Her staff can often hear her famous words of support. What do you need? She always speaks those words sincerely. Her staff knows she values each one of them, and she always seeks their input when making decisions. Inviting all voices to the decision-making tables and another valued strength of Ms. Gomez. She strives to foster true partnerships within school, with families, and in her community. Ms. Gomez makes time to develop her professional life, which directly impacts and benefits her students and staff. She is the epitome of a lifelong learner and is such an inspiration to her students and staff. Her passion and talent for developing and presenting engaging and meaningful professional development for teachers has put her on the national education stage. She was named the 2021 AXA Region 12 Elementary Principal of the Year. Her experience and knowledge as a school leader is widely recognized as she is asked to do presentations at teaching conferences around the country, instructing the education community on topics such as effective leadership and work-life balance. Most recently, Ms. Gomez, along with other fellow Colton leaders, attended the California School Board Association Conference as an open panel member to showcase how to utilize social media to share your story as a site principal. Additionally, Ms. Gomez understands the importance of building relationships with all students on campus and fostering the respect of different cultures. During her monthly classroom read alouds, she reads a special story highlighting the value of different cultures and leaves each class with a book for their classroom library. Lastly, but very close to Ms. Gomez's heart, is her focused endeavors to be a student advocate and plan strategically with the vision for each student's academic success. These are just a few of Ms. Gomez's special gifts, and her Alice Burney family is proud of all she does for her school and all she accomplishes. It's my privilege to introduce Ms. Jessica Gomez.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Those were beautiful words. I really appreciate having my family here and my staff. We have some of the most amazing educators in Colton. I mean, they're all amazing. But when you have this many staff members showing up on the last day of the semester, that means a lot to me. And so thank you so much. It fills my heart, and I thank you all for the opportunity to lead Alice Burney. I lead with commitment, heart, and passion, and I will continue to do that as long as I can give in the opportunity. So thank you.
Let's give Miss Jessica Gomez one more round of applause for her accomplishment. We offer our heartfelt congratulations to Miss Jessica Gomez and her family, and we encourage our CJUSD staff to continue to acknowledge and nominate more of our outstanding employees. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Director Cervantes, and congratulations once again, Jessica. At this time, we will move on to 5.0 public comment. Item 5.1, announcement regarding public comment for items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. The board president clarifies the process regarding public comment and requests that the appropriate public comment card be filled out. At this time during the hearing session, each speaker will be invited to the podium and should begin by stating his or her name and residing city. Board bylaw 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. At this time, I call Lisa Villa to the podium.
Yes, it's me again. I'm Lisa Villa, and I live in Colton. Good evening, everyone. I just returned back to work from some being off for a few weeks to find out that one of our board members publicly ridiculed Colton Middle School staff by saying that there was inadequate coverage on the corner of Valencia and Laurel. You as a leader should be addressing your security managers as to why we are short at every campus every single day. Or why weren't people hired by now? We have been short long before the pandemic. It's been so long that we have been short on all of our campuses. So why don't people want to work here? Why are people always calling off or getting doctor's notes? Why are the already limited security staff members at each site being taken away from their respective campuses during school hours to watch a training video? Why can't that be done on days like tomorrow when there are no students? It makes no sense to jeopardize student safety. One security at Grand Terrace High, Bloomington High, Colton Middle. These are just a few examples that have been at campuses that have been left with only one security at times to watch hundreds and hundreds of students by themselves. When I was out on medical leave, I learned that my sub had no access to keys. This is unacceptable. Having keys is safety. It's a safety issue. It is imperative and vital to have them as a security employee of this district or any district. All these inadequacies do not fall on anyone but your security supervisors and you. Mr. Ibarra, it is a well-known fact that you go off of what you heard from your friends. Instead of shaming the whole school, why don't you publicly address your security managers? I know I am not the only one that has an issue with the security department. You pay a high amount of money to your security managers. One of our longtime security coworkers retired just recently, and we all knew he was retiring a year ago. His position is still not filled. What is going on? Maybe the security managers need to stay and help at all the sites and fill in as needed instead of going to hang out at the sheriff's department, Home Depot, useless trainings. Emergency response training means nothing if you cannot even handle a basic workday. Most of us do not even have CPR training. Once again, the security department is the most divided and non-united department in all of this district. The morale is at an all-time low. In all of my 30 years here, I have never seen it this bad. Why don't you go off of my word this time? Colton Middle School staff and administration is the best. I'll see you in January. Thank you. Have a great holiday, guys.
6.0 administrative presentations. Item 6.1, 2023 high school graduations, Educational Services Division.
Good evening, President Thorne Ojeda. I'd like to introduce Dr. Eric Mooney to give our presentation on our high school graduations for this year.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Dorian Ojeda, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the Executive Cabinet, and members of the audience. Tonight, I will be presenting information on high school graduations for 2023. This presentation will include an overview, an identification of impacted sites, various options that we reviewed, as well as a recommendation for your consideration. Okay, so let's begin with a brief overview. As the Director of Secondary Education, in early September, I submit dates to the 66ers organization to host both Grand Terrace High School and Bloomington High School graduations. Their ceremonies this year, I submitted the dates of Tuesday, May 30th for Bloomington High School and Wednesday, May 31st for Grand Terrace High School. We were informed by the 66ers organization in mid-October that our requested dates were not available, and were provided alternate dates of Saturday, May 20th and Sunday, May 21st, or Sunday, June 4th and Monday, June 5th as potential dates for graduation. There are also other programs and ceremonies that we host. We have our middle school promotions, and this year we'll be hosting Joe Baca Middle School on June 1st at Bloomington High School. And on June 2nd, we host our other three middle schools, Colton Middle, Ruth O. Harris Middle, and Terrace Hills Middle School. They host their promotions on June 2nd. Colton Middle School will be held at Colton High School. Ruth O. Harris Middle School will be held at Bloomington High, and Terrace Hills Middle School will be held at Grand Terrace High School. On June 1st, we also host Slover Mountain High School and Washington High School's graduation at the Colton Auditorium. We also have the Colton TOPS program that will be hosted on May 31st this year. That is our Transition Opportunity Program. And so we'll be having a ceremony for them on the 31st. So our impact sites for this information update are Bloomington High School and Grand Terrace High School. And here are some of the options that we have reviewed. So again, the 66er Stadium, proposed dates that they have presented to us are weekend or partial weekend dates. The final set of dates that they provided, June 4th and 5th, are after our teacher work year. We also looked at San Bernardino Valley College Stadium. Their availability, possible dates were Friday, May 26th and Wednesday, May 31st. If held on the 31st, we would need to partner with another school and district, as they already have also booked that date. So depending on the time that they select and partnering with that school or district, we could have a same-day graduation at that location, but it would also be depending upon what time is available. We also we explored the Toyota Arena in Ontario. We are currently waitlisted for the dates of Tuesday, May 30th and Wednesday, May 31st. We are 9th on the list. I was informed that that's probably not going to happen because 8 other schools or districts would have to decline that date. And also their cost is about 3 times more than what we've ever spent on a graduation. And then, of course, we have our homeschool sites. We can host graduations at Bloomington High School, Colton High School, and the Grand Terrace stadiums. I was informed by Director Chang that we have capacity of 4,200 at all of our stadiums with our newest upgrades to our stadiums that happened at Bloomington High School in 2017. Of course, Grand Terrace was built in 2012, and then Colton High School in 2019, where we currently host their graduations there at that school. So our recommendation for your consideration is to host our 2023 graduations at the respective high school stadiums. We have control over the date and times and the ability to do that without having late notifications. And can I answer any questions?
Did we approach the 66er Stadium at the same time that we normally do?
Yes.
And they were already taken?
Yes, they were, those dates were not, they were still, those dates were not available for us this year. And so they gave us alternate dates that were available. We submit the dates in September. We wait until they get their baseball schedule, and then they tell us what is available at that time. I know that they are working with multiple districts, and from my understanding, our neighboring district, San Bernardino City, has multiple schools that are using the same setup. So it made it easier for them to select that date where they didn't have to tear down and then to put a new setup in and then redo it for that district.
I can see that Grand Terrace having it at their stadium because they have the large parking over by a football, and then they have that other parking on the other side. But Bloomington High School doesn't have the parking. I mean, when they do the middle school there, parents are parking down at Ruth Harris and walking because there's not enough parking. So that's really, I can't see that working. Any ideas?
I thought, well, along those lines, and I want to thank Board Member Haro, because I think that would be the biggest concern is the parking. Although admittedly, Colton High School has the least amount of parking, and we hold our graduation there. But I like the idea. You actually may have been on the path to a solution here because we have neighboring schools. Could we have designated parking at other school sites close by and then shuttle folks over rather than walk? Couldn't we have shuttles or something set up where we can take families back and forth to the site, rent some kind of a vehicle or something that might work? Because I think you're right. We're going to run into parking issues. And the challenge also in Bloomington is, you don't have, sidewalks, you don't have curb and gutter in some places. And so the roads can be a little narrow. So you can get a little chaotic with parking. So perhaps there's some plans that we can look at. I'm trying to think of other neighboring, if there's businesses that we can work with, or if county might have a site. Anyway, but perhaps we can shuttle folks. No, they don't. No. Perhaps we can look at other sites. But we can.
Absolutely. Like this. There you go. So in Bloomington also, I think that would be the east side of the school there, the front of the school. There's also the large parking lot that recently was paid about several years ago. So, but that requires also folks to walk over to the stadium. So there's significant parking there too. And so but we can look at shuttle services, things like that for Bloomington, certainly.
I was going to say the same thing. I think there's a lot right across the street from Bloomington High School that was just vacated where they had an illegal truck stop. We can probably talk to the owner, maybe use that as a parking. That's just an idea. The other thing I'm concerned is, do we have the logistics with highway patrol and all of that to get the roads closed and letting the neighbors know that we're having a graduation there. Is that all? Have we talked about that? Has that been brought to the table?
So Board Member Fuentes, so the idea is to get consensus, and then this would be turned over to our high school principals and committees within student services to start planning. I think that's the other bonus of us being able to have control over that, to be able to get those committees together to start planning those and making those connections with all those different services.
Okay, great. Because as I'm looking at this, there's 4,200 capacity at each stadium. And at the 66ers, it's 5,000. Not very many different in the amount, but like everyone said, the concern part is the parking. Where is everybody going to stay, park, and also the neighbors that are around. Of course, there's going to be a lot more people that haven't been around. You know, we do it at Colton High School, you know, with little wee parking lot, and we shut down the street, I think, for parking. But if we have to do that, even shut down, what is that, Laurel, and use that as a parking lot, that might be an idea. So, thank you.
I think this committee is also going to have to do some kind of PR on how we're going to explain how we've been doing it at the stadiums for years and now this happened. So I think we're going to have to be ready to explain it to the community.
I agree.
Bertha?
Okay. Yeah, I just have a concern. This is for Grand Terrace. We do have a beautiful stadium there. It's may not sound as a big deal, but if it's your child, it is a big deal. The train goes by really close, and if a train is going by when they're saying my child's name, that kind of takes away from the experience. So I don't know how much control if we can with that. Also, you know, just like the timing, I don't know where the sun is going to be. So if it's at the time when the sun's in their eyes, I know we can't control the sun either. But anyway, those are just two concerns that I want to just keep in mind. But yeah.
May I say something?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Mooney, have we looked at the Orange Show location there? I know there's a stadium. Isn't there one there? I know it's kind of run down, but the Speedway, yeah. Have we talked to them about that?
We did
Have we
not.
talked to the Fontana Speedway also to see if they have any availability?
We did not. Just the Toyota San Bernardino Valley College
Okay.
and the 66ers.
How about San Bernardino, Cal State, San Bernardino? Have we talked to them yet?
We did not.
Okay.
What they want from us tonight is a consensus. Are we ready to do that, or where are we on that? How does everyone feel? Frank?
I know that going way back, we've always held all our graduations at the individual sites. Parking has always been a thorn in that side there, so to speak. But I think that if we are able to use our sites and save some money, we could use some of that money that we save to maybe provide the accommodations that we need for the public and provide some of the, maybe the shuttling and so forth. And, you know, and that's like what our director is talking about is that's something that the committees at each one of the schools can start taking a look at. Now, Cone High School, pretty much set because they're used to that. But it's going to be new for the the other two high schools. So I agree with Pat. We need to get the word out why we're doing this. And for a lot of people, they may enjoy having it at their own stadium. We do have some really nice stadiums there, you know, so, you know, I think if we put the heads together, we could come up with a solution that could be at least tolerable for the majority of the people.
I think the convenience of being closer to your home, especially if you're trying to rush home, it's on. Yeah. It's okay. I think the convenience for families, I understand it'll be a disappointment for people, but I think back to my high school graduation, it was at our stadium, and I have good memories of that. But also the convenience, if you're coming home from work, you got to get ready and get out. It'd be a lot easier for parents to do that, and there's no cost to parking, as there is at the stadium. And I think about what Colton High School, it's a really nice graduation, in my opinion. I mean, it's all set up, everything that they do is done during the day at school, and they don't have to get trucks to bring everything out, and it just seems like it would be a lot less work in some ways for people. And it just has that homegrown feeling, but maybe that's a Minnesota girl talking, I don't know. But I think it's, to me, it's a really good idea to bring these back. I know it's hot out there, and I'll probably be the first one complaining about the heat, but I do like the idea. So do we have consensus to look into this and
I agree, as long as we can let our families know, like Pat and Frank said, just let our parents know the reason why. And like you said, I had my graduation at my school and I loved it. And I think that's just a home feel, like you said. So, and then, another option, Dr. Mooney, just talk to the county, see if we can shut down Laurel and use it as a parking lot. They shut down the Rancho for Colton for activities there as a parking lot. Maybe Kessler Park could be used also, Kessler Park, and shuttle people out to that area. There's many options. To me, it's a great idea to have them at the schools. I've always mentioned that. I think it's one of the things that, and it's a money saver too, but there's a lot of logistics we got to work on, but it can be done. Once we do it one time, it can be done many times. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, I am too. And also just as long as we make it the best experience for our families and our graduates, I think that's the bottom line.
we've invested so much money into our stadiums that we need to get some use out of it. But I think the most important thing to me would be communication, making parents understand we're going to have shuttle service. This is when they go, this is what we do, to make sure that they don't go into that questioning, how am I going to get back? How am I going to get to my car? That's going to take a lot of coordination, and we need to make sure that we do that for our parents and for our community.
No, we would have to organize shuttle stops where and they pick up, and that's where they go back to that same spot, just like a ball game, Dodgers Day, whatever. You just go back to that area and then you get shuttled back to the Rose Bowl. Anybody been to the Rose Bowl? You know that. Yeah.
And Dr. Mooney, you guarantee that'll happen, right?
I guarantee I will work with Dr. Ortiz and Student Services.
Will we have enough security? From what I'm hearing, we do have consensus then?
At the sites?
Okay.
Will we have enough?
Oh, Pat, I'm
security
sorry.
To do them at the sites?
I get what you're saying. Will we have enough security? That's a good question.
That'll be something that
We'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
What I would propose to the board is also an update, coming back to the board and just updating on some of either through board correspondence or a follow-up in terms of how we're handling the logistics piece.
Am I mistaken in that when we have it at the 66er Stadium, don't we have to contract with San Bernardino PD for extra police presence security? So could we approach the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, since they cover both jurisdictions of Grand Terrace and Bloomington, and ask if that's a possibility, since it's already kind of built into the budget, and having that added security and presence, particularly law enforcement, would be helpful.
We do that with Colton PD.
Exactly. So it would be same process. Yeah.
And Dr. Mooney, if you can request volunteers from the citizens on patrol, they don't cost nothing. So that would be an idea. They could do traffic and all, the odd stuff. And that would be something that I would consider asking them. And they don't even have to be from the Fontana Sheriff Station, because I'm pretty sure that's when we're going to talk to. They can come out from any of the citizens volunteers. They can come out and help us out with that. That's from experience.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at item 6.2, the 2022-23 first interim report from the Business Services Division. Mr. Bednar, the interim assistant superintendent of business. Will be presenting.
Okay. Good evening, President Thuring Ojeda, members of the board, executive cabinet, and members of the audience. Tonight, myself, Tina Dagnall, interim assistant superintendent of business, and Maria Amanda Sarabia, director of fiscal services, will be presenting a short presentation on the 22-23 first interim report. So the purpose of the interim report is really to provide you, the County Office of Ed, the California Department of Ed, and all other stakeholders a snapshot of our financial activity and status through October 31st, and then projections through June 30th. We have incorporated all of our budget revisions through October 31st. And then this report also gives us a time to update our enrollment and attendance projections, update our multi-year projections, and our cash flow projections. So part of the interim report is the certification, which the board is asked to certify the first interim report, and we are asking that you adopt a positive certification showing all of our stakeholders, including California Department of Ed, that we will meet our financial obligations for the current fiscal year and the next two subsequent fiscal years.
Good evening, Board President Thureen Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, Executive Cabinet, staff members, and community members. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to report on the district's first interim. There have been significant changes in revenues since the 45-day revision. LCFF funding increased by $10.2 million due to an increase in the base grant, an increase in the unduplicated pupil percentage, and ADA protection that was provided to districts that offered independent study. Overall, there was a decrease of $22.4 million due to the one-time block grants being budgeted over various years instead of the entire allocation being budgeted in 22-23. As this pie chart illustrates, the district's main source of funding is LCFF revenue, which includes the local control and accountability plan funding. Expenditures increased by $23.5 million since the 45-day revision, and this is due to the spending of one-time restricted carryover. As this pie chart illustrates, salaries and benefits account for the biggest portion of the district's expenditures, followed by books and supplies and other services and operating expenses. The smallest portion of the district's expenditures consist of capital outlay, other outgo, and inter-fund transfers.
So as I mentioned earlier, part of the interim report is our multi-year projections for the current and two subsequent fiscal years. And as you can see here, these are major assumptions that go into those projections. The first being enrollment. You can see we are decreasing each year. The current year at 19,394 is a decrease of about 650 students from prior year, or 3%, and then we decrease 2.1% after that, and then 1.4%, bringing us to 18,728 in 24-25. Our projection assumptions also include our unduplicated pupil rate, which is a rolling 3-year average. You can see this year 83.63, 82 next year, and 84.02 the following. We also, as Marie Amanda said, include COLA here, 6.56 with the one-time LCFF investment of 6.7 this year. Currently projected at 5.38 next year and 4.02 the following. And then we have our STRS and PERS and mandated cost amounts there. So when we put all of those numbers together, you can see our combined general fund multi-year projection, basically projecting to deficit spend about 6.3 million this year, and then the next 2 years having a surplus of 18 million and 11 million subsequently. So then when you look at our components of ending fund balance, we are meeting our 3% each year of $12 million, $11 million, and $10 million respectively. We have our
restricted fund balances, and then some set-asides for vehicle replacement, facilities needs, and future deficit spending.
This chart summarizes other fund balances, all of which are projected to end the year with a positive balance. Okay, and some upcoming events. On January 19th will be School Services Governor's Budget Workshop. Second interim report is due on March 15th. And then we'll have the governor's May revision in May. And in June, we will have the LCAP budget hearing and the LCAP and budget adoption. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Mr. Flores?
Yes, thank you, thank you. Just a clarification then on the change from the 45-day revision to the projected with respect to the one-time, what you classified as other state. It was a reference to, essentially it's how it's being budgeted. So it's not that we're losing that total allocation, it's just being budgeted over a multi-year. Is that what it is?
Correct.
Okay. So the funding's still there and still available to us. It's just over multiple years.
Yes.
Okay. We may not have the answer to this. I mean, obviously, these are very healthy numbers. We always want to look to the future. We always want to be very cautious. But when was the last time we had an ending fund balance that was over in excess of $100 million? Do we know?
No, I don't know, actually. But we do have, of that is 30 million for the current fiscal year of restricted ending fund balance. Next year in 23-24 is 45 million, and the following year is 57 million. So it's restricted.
Yeah.
Still a healthy balance. I'm not.
No, very healthy. Well, and restricted, not meaning it can't be used for, it needs to be used for certain things. I mean, we're in the business of teaching, so obviously those restricted funds that are related to the supplemental and others are for teaching and educating students. So, but it's good to see. We need to be, again, very thoughtful on how we spend our money, but it's nice to see a healthy trend in what otherwise is a very difficult time for a lot of folks economically. So appreciate the info.
Any other questions? Mr. Ibarra?
Okay, thank you, Joanne. I noticed that in where it's the employee benefits, the 45-day revision versus the projected 2022, 23, that it actually goes down $1 million plus. What is the rationale for that?
The reason why it went down, there were adjustments done to classified salaries in special education due to vacancies that cannot be filled. But the offset was an increase in the 5,000s, which is contracted services. So special education's having to contract out for those vacancies.
So how many vacancies are we looking at?
I do not have that number off the top of my head, but I can definitely send you the information.
So it would be, probably quite a few if it's up to that number.
Yes.
Interesting. Because only it stood out to me because of, I've never seen the benefits go down. Usually it's going up. And this is definitely a marked, downward.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Continuing on, we're starting action session for action items 7.1 through 7.41. Is there anyone who would like an item be considered separately? We need, does anyone want to pull? We need 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 for separate consideration.
Yes, we have to.
We have to pull them to only do something. Okay. Okay, I will pull those. So do I have a motion then to approve 7.1, 7.5 through through 7.41.
So, second.
I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and a second by Mr. Flores to approve item 7.1 through 7.41, pulling 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and then no exceptions. 7. On a 7-0 vote, the board approved action 7.1 through 7.41, with the exception of 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. This time we'll vote on item 7.2. Do I have a motion, please? A motion by Mr. Fuentes,
I'll second.
a second by Mr. Ibarra. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? And abstain, who's? Oh, Ms. Hart, okay. So on a motion by Mr. Fuentes, second by Mr. Ibarra, we have 601, the abstention by Mrs. Haro. Do I have a motion for 7.2?
So move.
I'm sorry, 7.3, I apologize. We already did 7.2. I have a motion by Mr. Ibarra, second by Mr. Fuentes. Seven point 7.3. Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Ibarra, second by Mr. Fuentes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Okay, motion passes 6-0, one abstention, Mrs. Sandoval. And 7.4, do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Mr. Ibarra,
Second.
second by Mrs. Haro. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Got a motion by Mr. Ibarra, second by Mrs. Haro. We have a 6-0-1 with the abstention by Mr. Fuentes. Thank you. Administrative reports. The approved disbursements. Any questions? Item 8.2, results of San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools annual Williams settlement visits for 2021-22. Moving on to item 8.3, results of San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools first quarter Williams settlement visits for 22-23. Okay, item 8.4, facilities update. Mr. Chang, Director Chang.
Good evening, Board President Thorino Ojeda, Dr. Miranda, Board, member of the audience. It's been a few months since I've been up here and provided a board update, so happy to be up here and kind of close out the last board meeting 2022 and to provide a board update on some of the project we're working on. Next slide, please. All right, first up, Bloomington High School Auditorium equipment rigging replacement project. So we're just about to the finish line. Again, we're just waiting on that digital sound card to complete the project and do some additional training. But obviously that's due to the delayed COVID and manufacturing with the chips and so forth. So, but we the last update we had earlier this week was that it should arrive in late December. So hopefully they'll be able to complete the project over the break. Bottom project is the update on the Colton High School auditorium rigging and seating replacement. On the left, you can see that's what the seating looked like before and after. So we're substantially complete with that project as well. The rigging component, we're anticipating finishing the project towards early March of 2023. So Grand Terrace High School turf replacement, we've been working on that for the past couple months. They're anticipating DSA submission towards the end of the calendar year. And we're anticipating the review period will probably take about 2 months. Then bidding and construction and put to determine, based on the, as board had just reviewed, just the Dr. Mooney's presentation, we will adjust accordingly to accommodate any activities such as graduation and commence the construction after that, as to not to interrupt any type of events that's scheduled to take place. Grand Terrace High School gym flooring replacement, that is actually moving along well. We started construction a couple of weeks ago. There's still a couple of things to go. This is just kind of shows a sequence of events that occur. On the very left is just the vapor barrier to protect the wood flooring for any moisture that migrates from the concrete slab. Second photos is the substrate, kind of the level, and the sleepers that go above. And the third photo is kind of where we are at currently, is the topping, which is the maple flooring. So that's moving along pretty well, and we're anticipating finishing the flooring towards the end of January or early February. Next slide, please. All right, we're also working on the Hoopa Vista Elementary Bowl Wall project. Although that's in small scale, it's very important to the kids, obviously. I know we're almost to the finish line as well, so when the kids come back from the winter holiday, they'll have a brand new ball wall to play with. I know their kids are very excited. They're can't wait to start utilizing that. So we're happy to be able to finish that over the break. And the bottom is the Professional Learning Center ballroom project. So that's going well as well. We completed the demolition. So contractor is roughing in the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. Next slide, please. There's one more. All right. And as we close out 2022, there's some exciting projects that we plan in 2023. Colton High School is currently under bid, so we have a bidding schedule for January 11th with the anticipated board award of February, followed by a construction duration of approximately 14 months. Then at the bottom is New Zimmerman Elementary. So we've been soliciting proposals and from architects, and we actually just conducted an interview, architects interview. We shortlisted from about 10 firms down to 6 firms, and we put together, assemble a committee, an interview committee, comprised of Dr. Peterson, Dr. Hyder, with Tina, Assistant Dagnall, as well as Zimmerman Principal. We have the certificated staff as well as classified staff that participated as well, along with myself and Mr. Dave Bell with M&O Maintenance Operations. So we interviewed 6 architects. I haven't tallied the score yet, but we had some really positive and exciting discussions yesterday. So we're going to work together and select a firm that hopefully, and then we're going to go into negotiations and hopefully bring a proposal to the board for approval in either January or February of 2023. Slide, please. And this concludes my facility update.
Thank you, Director Friend. Any questions?
Comment.
Ms. Fuentes?
Oh, and thank you very much. A lot of great things happening here at Colton Joint. And just wanted to say thank you. Great presentation.
Mr. Ibarra?
Thank you, thank you. Once again, same, it's always good to have you up here, keeping us updated on the progress of all our facilities and what we're doing out there. My question is, how close are we to our new boardroom?
Oh, yes. Thank you for the question. So we are projecting to finish about May of 2023. That's when we finish the construction. Then we'll spend a little bit of time setting up furniture and system, test everything. So probably another 4 weeks to do that. So we're looking at probably a June, July occupancy for the boardroom professional learning center. So
Okay, thank you for that.
Along those lines, I think one of the great things about that facility is we'll be able to use it as boardroom, a couple of times a month, but it'll be really a training center because right now we don't have space to bring everybody together in one space, whether that's, management, classified, certificated. So to have that large, space that has the technology outfit, it's great. I could imagine, and this is speaking for in Colton in general, there's not a lot of space in Colton in general, I think, and I'm curious if we may get interest from the city, for example, to utilize that space for certain things. Because again, in my experience, even working with the city of Colton, they don't have a lot of space either. They're kind of pressed for space. So I don't know if we would want to consider adopting some kind of a policy about how we're going to handle that, what would be the usage, what would be allowable, what wouldn't be. Not that we don't want to share it, we want to share it, but we also want to protect it and preserve it. We run into this a lot with our school sites where there's overuse. It's not always regulated, and then we get damage, wear and tear. So I think if we're going to have this wonderful space, I'd consider making it available. Let's have some parameters and rules around usage. So something to think about that we can bring forward in the coming months as we get ready to open our doors.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I appreciate your comment. I remember when that happened in my former district, when we didn't have any space, and then all of a sudden we had this beautiful room, and it was used all the time. We had enough use within the district, but it was so nice to have a place for everyone to come and make professional development without having to, this or that and everything in the way. It was just wonderful. So I'm looking forward to that for all of our staff because they've put up with a lot, and it's going to be a whole new world out there for them, and it's pretty wonderful. And Director Chang, I know I've said it before, but we are very lucky to have you. The things that you've done for us and the money you've saved and just your expertise on all our projects is truly appreciated by all of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right. Thank you. Just want to wish the board and staff and everyone a happy holiday, safe holiday. See you in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8.5, ACE update. This is Prachi.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent Miranda, cabinet members, and members of the audience. My name is Christina Poracci, and I have the privilege of serving as Association of Colton President. Congratulations, President Joanne Torringojeda, Vice President Frank Ibarra, and Board Clerk. I think you got that place so you can be in the front, Dan Flores. Thank you to all the board members for serving CJUSD students, families, and staff. 2022 is almost done, and we had many success stories. We accomplished a lot during this year and during 22-23 school year. We are looking with optimism towards 2023 calendar year. After the first interim presentation, I'm confident that the association and the district team will be able to reach an agreement very soon. My goal was to be finished and have the retro check in January 1st. It did not happen, but I'm hoping to be done before spring break so we can have a better spring break, so I can go on vacation. Today was the last day with students. Our staff did an awesome job in the first semester, and now everyone is ready for a well-deserved vacation. Most certificated staff is able to work virtually tomorrow. So thank you, Dr. Miranda and the executive cabinet team for making that happen, and we really appreciate it. We've seen Santa at many events during the last week, but I was hoping to see Santa here tonight, but he did not make an appearance, too bad. With that, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays to everyone.
Thank you. Item 8.6, CSDA update. There's no MAC update. ROP update.
No, we meet tomorrow morning.
Okay. We'll move on to item 9.1, superintendent's communique.
All righty. Good evening, Board President Joanne Thorne Ojeda and board members. First, I'd like to acknowledge board president, Bertha Flores. Just working with her for the last year. I apologize, Bertha, for all the issues maybe I've caused, working together, but it's been pretty awesome. And I just want to thank you, Bertha, for your patience and your grace, working with me together on a lot of things. So, and of course, I look forward to working with new board president, Joanne Ojeda, and just closely on the governance team here. So, and congratulations to our new vice president, Mr. Frankie Barra, well-deserved, and of course, our new clerk, Mr. Dan Flores. So looking forward to work with the leadership here in moving this district and our vision forward for this year coming up. And so I'd like to start off with obviously a great celebration. If I can go to the next slide, please. All right, so one of our own.
Yeah.
Very, very humble too. Our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Dr. Tina Peterson, was selected by AXA Region 12 as Curriculum and Instruction Administrator of the Year for our region. There's going to be a spring celebration dinner held on May 1st at the Doubletree Hilton in Ontario. More information is going to come out on that, and those dates or the information will be sent out. So I want to personally congratulate Dr. Peterson. We've been working together for a while, and I know it's a team effort, and she's humble about it. And so on behalf of the Board of Education, Tina, and Executive Cabinet, the team, we're just so proud of you, and it's deserved. You've worked really hard. So thank you, and your team that is in front of you, all of them for the service for the students of the community, to the service to the community and the students. We are truly grateful for all the years of service. You've been in Colton all your career in serving this community, and so it's well deserved. So congratulations, Tina. All right, big round of applause, Aaron. All right, so on the next slide, I think I have a couple of pictures. There are 4 actually, and so along with the Board of Education, myself, Executive Cabinet, I'd like to thank many of our district and local offices and agencies that just been helping and help sprinkle joy and smiles to the faces of our students throughout the district. This week, our annual Stuff the Bus has been visiting schools throughout the district to collect donations and non-perishable food and new toys and jackets that will be distributed to our district families. Also, an amazing event. If you haven't been there, the Colton Fire Department hosted its 25th annual Make a Child Smile event. And I'll tell you, this is one of my favorite events. So students were paired with a firefighter or staff member. I know Ms. Haro was there shopping with one of our students. And the students get to spend $100 at Walmart. The fire department treated the students to lunch as well. They got a Happy Meal from McDonald's. Also this week, another great event at Crestmore Elementary. This was hosted by our 5th District Supervisor, Mr. Joe Baca Jr. And so all the students at Crestmore Elementary were treated to lunch, the habit, and also they were given a toy, and there was a surprise visit from Santa. I mean, and that was pretty awesome. I got to see Santa, and I did ask for a couple of things there. Hopefully those will come. So thank you, Santa. That's just amazing. So on behalf again of the board, executive cabinet, I just again want to thank our heartfelt thank you to all the departments that make this happen for our students, because it's about our students first, and just amazing event. So, and just the last slide on hashtag CJUSD cares. Finally, I just want to thank and take this opportunity to thank students, parents, staff, and the community for coming together during these challenging times, and also to wish everyone happy holidays. So I, along with the Board of Education, wish everyone a safe, healthy, and joyous holiday, and please take time to rest and take care of yourself. Our employees are the most hardworking, dedicated, and caring individuals who go above and beyond. We are truly a family of CJUSD, and I'm truly honored to serve as Colton's superintendent, and I'll say proud superintendent. So again, on behalf of the Board of Education, happy holidays, everybody, and have a happy new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Board member comments. Let's start with Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Joanne. First of all, I'd like to just start off by congratulating Tina. Wonderful, wonderful award and recognition. And we're very proud as a district to have you as Administrator of the Year through AXA. And it's just a recognition of all your hard work and everything that you provide to our district and our students here. So just want to say thank you for all you do. It's amazing how quickly this year has gone by. I was sitting in my office earlier today and looking at the date, the 15th. Outside of being at 10 days before Christmas, I'm already looking at, hey, we're just a couple of weeks away from a new year, 2023. I think for some of us, if you're older like me, that boggles the mind that you never thought 2023 would come around the corner, and here it is. With that said, I'd just like to take this opportunity to wish my colleagues here on the board, everyone here that's present, our school district, our students and our families, a wonderful Christmas and Happy New Year. May all your holidays be joyful, fun, spend it well with your family, enjoy them. And I just look forward to us getting to work when we get back and continuing to do the wonderful work that is a trademark of Cone Joint Unified School District. And I say that because I know that I get the opportunity to be around other school districts, and I hear all the wonderful work over the years that we're doing, and I get a lot of questions, and they're good questions. And it's just indicative of all the hard work each and every one of you do. So I just want to say thank you for the end of this semester, and look forward to the next semester coming up. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ibarra. Board Member Bertha Flores.
Thank you. Okay, well, the Christmas spirit was alive and well at Grand Terrace High School especially this week. I had the pleasure and the honor of participating, and it was just very heartwarming, and just I want to thank you, Mr. Neighbors, for extending that invitation to our board, and actually having the students write their wish, and we were able to see the name of the student and what that student wanted. Sometimes they wanted, not for themselves, but for a friend. So I think that was very heartwarming, and I think your staff did an amazing job, and it's very evident how much they care about their kids. So I think it did me so much good. I just loved the opportunity and the honor to do that, so thank you. I do have a request. Back, I think in September, Dr. Mooney, your department gave us some data, shared data on especially our juniors and seniors and how they were doing with their credits. What I would like, if it's okay, can we have an update on I think it's the Mission 2020, not 2020, Mission 220, which is the 220 credits. If we can get an update on how our students are doing, our juniors and seniors, how many are on track for graduation from the high schools? How many are in jeopardy? What are we doing to make sure that they are on track and that they have, several opportunities for them to be back on track, if that's possible, Dr. Peterson and Dr. Miranda? Okay, thank you very much for that. I just want to wish, first of all, congratulate Dr. Peterson for this high honor. It is, you make us proud. You always make us proud, but we're very proud of you. I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and please be safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I? say
Yes,
one-
Mr. Ibarra.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Something came to mind, I just want to share with everybody. I think it's a little bit of trivia that has to do with Cone School Board. Earlier today, as many of you know, Don Alvarez was here. And when I first got on the board back in 90 something, he was sitting on the board, but another board member was also sitting here, a gentleman by the name of Kavika Smith. I don't know if anybody recalls Kavika. Well, earlier today, Don Alvarez, he told me that Kavika is now judge. And that he thinks that our school board is the only school board that had actually two sitting judges on the board at one time. So, and, I'm not going to say no to that. And I just thought it was something good to share with everybody. So, Don Alvarez, obviously a federal court judge. Kavika Smith is now a judge for the county of San Bernardino. And I think that's well noted. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you. Board Member Dan Flores.
Thank you. First of all, I want to wish everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, wonderful New Year. Hasn't been an easy semester, but I think it has been a good semester, and we're getting our students back into a rhythm, getting our teachers, our staff, that culture back into a rhythm. And it's nice to see that progress at our schools, so I appreciate that. And I want to congratulate my colleagues that have been reelected and sworn in for another 4-year term. It is an honor and a privilege to serve. This rounds out my 10th year with the board. And it's funny, the kids were here earlier, so Toby was about 1. Abby was pregnant with Leo, I think, at the time, and Catalina was just a little twinkle in our eye. So it's funny how time flies, and the fact that they could be here today to participate, and a reminder certainly to me, this is why I do it. It's not just for my children, but it's for all the children in the district. But I want to thank everyone in the district that allowed us to serve in the past and continue to serve. It's not something I take for granted by any stretch of the imagination. I've worked in government and politics for a number of years, and I think there can be a sense of entitlement that sometimes elected officials over a period of time gain. But here, with certainly this board, my colleagues and myself, there is humility, and there is an understanding that this is a privilege, and we're only here for a moment of time to do what we can to make this district better. And someone else will come in and fill these seats. As Mr. Ibarra has alluded to, we've had a lot of board members come. So it's not about me, it's not about any one of us, it's about the district and the students, and what can we do that when we say goodbye, that we know we've done something to make the district a better place. So as long as we can continue to do that and serve, it's a privilege to do so. So I want to thank my colleagues for that as well. So, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Thank you. Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. Well, like Dan said, we do this because of the kids. We don't do it because we want to be politically here and stuff. So I want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to be here another 4 years. It's a learning curve at the beginning, but once you get it and you do it for the reason, which is the students and the staff and the community, you understand. I was on the Bloomington Municipal Advisory Council appointed by actually Chief of Staff back then, Dan Flores, and Supervisor Jose Gonzalez. I was on that committee for 10 years. And, I've been on different committees, different leaderships, roles and stuff, but being a board member, many people think it's just an easy job. It's not. It's not. After our meetings, I'm pretty sure my colleagues also, we go home and we think, and we're probably don't fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning, just thinking, did I do the right decision? Did I make the right decision? Did I do the right thing? And it's not an easy job, but you know something, when you have a heart and you're humble and you love your community, you can do this. But you have to have that. You have to have humility. You have to be humble. It's not, I'm the board member. No, it's not. You are the board member, yes, but you are human like everybody else. So I want to thank everyone that's listening. I know they're probably listening on YouTube. I want to thank everyone for this great opportunity. I'm honored to sit with these ladies and gentlemen here, and our superintendent and our leadership and our teachers. I'm honored to be here, to be able to sit here again for 4 years, and let's work together. Let's make a difference as we do every day when we see that child come onto our campuses and when they leave our campuses with that diploma in their hands. Thank you for that opportunity. I just wanted to say a couple more things here real quick. And also, I just want to dedicate this swearing in today to my cousin who passed away Thanksgiving Day. We buried her today. We said our goodbyes, and I want to just give it to her. Let her know that I'm going to continue to work for the community. She was one of my cousins that always said, "You're doing a great job, Junior," because I'm a junior. You're doing a great job, Junior. Keep doing what you're doing for the community. I'm going to truly miss her, so I want to dedicate that swearing in to her. Also, just wanted to bring a message from Santa Claus. He's a good friend of mine, and he just wanted to say he was honored to be at Grand Terrace High School. He was honored to be at San Salvador Preschool and at Crestmore. And he also wanted me to say to the San Marino County Sheriff's Department, thank you for their escort. I wanted to also say to our safety department, thank you for the escort also, and to Colton Police Department for the escort that was given to him, to San Salvador Preschool. We had a lot. I wasn't able to be there, but Santa Claus wanted me to share this with you real quick. Is a 3-year-old preschooler. He walks into the classroom, gets ready to take a picture with the class. This young preschooler comes in, gives him a big hug, and says, "Santa, do you shower every day?" 3-year-old preschooler. And Santa says, "Yes, I do every day, because you smell really good." So love the kids, love the kids. And Santa told me that he had a lot of fun at Crestmore also, giving away the toys, seeing the smiles. And at Grand Terrace High School, he was surprised to see how the young group of men and ladies were taking pictures with Santa and the Grinch. And we had this elf. One of the assistant principals dressed up, Mr. Parachi is dressed up as an elf, and he fits the profile correctly. So he was telling me that he did a great job. So thank you again. Have a great Christmas, everyone. Enjoy your time with your familias. Eat a lot of tamales and champurrado. And if you don't know what that is, come ask me after the meeting and I'll let you know what it is. Have a great time. Take time to rest for yourself also. It's this time that you need to recoup, because we'll be back in January strong and ready to go and ready to work for these young men and women so that one day they come back to our district as teachers or whatever else they want to be. As the next superintendent, you never know. Thank you. Feliz Navidad. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Board Member Sandoval.
I just want to say thank you to everyone and happy holidays. Enjoy your family and happy New Year's, and see you next year.
Thank you. Board Member Harrell.
First of all, I need to apologize for what I'm going to read, but it needs to be said. Before I read what I have, I want to say that this was actually written for another situation that happened in our district. I didn't read it then because it was somewhat resolved, but I find it sad that another situation has arisen that I now have to say this. I honestly thought long and hard about how to say what I wanted to say and how to say it. I want to talk about respect. Respect for all our employees. We made it through a pandemic because our staff all came together to make things work for our students. The students were the focus, and our amazing employees all did whatever we had to do the right thing, even when it wasn't easy. During the pandemic, we were a team. During the pandemic, we cared about each other and did everything possible to help each other. Our staff, classified, certificated, and management, worked together. Our staff deserves the best we can give them. The tools and the support, of course. But more importantly, they deserve caring and respect. Talking with various staff members from different sites, from the DO to school sites, they know times are hard. They know there are staff shortages and all we are facing. Yet they continue to work hard for the students without that caring and respect that you all deserve. I think back to the district LCAT report of December 2021. Under satisfaction, only 37% of staff indicated that they were satisfied with the leadership at the district level. And only 35% agreed that district leadership communicates effectively with staff. I wonder where those numbers would be now, higher or lower? Staff, from what I am hearing, does not believe they are being listened to, therefore not being respected. It is our job to listen and to respect the employees that we have working for us. My quote this evening is by George Foreman. Without appreciation and respect for others, true leadership becomes ineffective, if not impossible. As the year comes to a close and the holidays are upon us, we can't help but reflect on the awesome job everyone has done over this past year. Despite the obstacles, you have all shown exceptional passion, dedication, and enthusiasm. Thank you for all that you do. Enjoy your well-deserved break with family and friends, and we all hope that you have a very blessed Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. I have a couple comments tonight. First of all, I have a question. When we have Judge Alvarez come, do we send him a thank you letter each time that we appreciate him being here? Do you think it's on? Can you hear me now? I don't think this is working. Okay. Joanne, do we send a thank you letter to Judge Alvarez each time? I think that would be very nice if we did that. And he takes time out of his schedule all the time to be here for us, and it's quite special since he's one of us. Thank you. I also have a question. It's probably for Dr. Ortiz. When in board correspondence this week, and thank you, Joanne, for including this in our correspondence, but we saw a wish list from some of our schools. And even high school kids, we had one asking for a jacket for a friend. We had one saying her friend needs shoes. And I'm wondering if those were looked at when we did distributed the jackets, since they were stated that this child needed a jacket because she said, I just need one. And it's really hard to see that, high school kids asking for stuff like that. It really tugs at your heartstrings. So, but my question for Dr. Ortiz is, when I was at my other school district, we had a program, and I don't know how you get into this program, but it was called Shoes That Fit. And as a principal, if you had a child who came to school with shoes or no shoes, or holy shoes or whatever, we were able to contact our district person, and they had literally a trunk full of shoes. She came to the school and the child could pull the shoes out they wanted. Have we ever looked at that, or is that something we have access to, or we could possibly get that in our district?
I don't believe we have it now, Ms. Thornhill, but I can look into it to see if we can get that. I am familiar with the program we had in my previous district, so that's not a problem. But we've also had shoe donations from a gentleman that I can't remember his name or the organization he's with, but if you know of, or any of the board members know of a specific family or student who needs something, if you just email me, I'll make sure that we get something to that student. But we can absolutely look, the Shoes That Fit, look into that.
I mean, if we have someone that's doing that, that's great, but when I think about how often I had kids at my school who didn't have shoes, it was wonderful to be able to supply that for him or her, so they can come to school and not get picked on and feel like they're, and have warm feet in this time of the year. Thank you.
Yeah, we also have the clothing closet as well. So like I said, if you give me the name, if you know of the specific student, especially the one with the jacket, I can make sure we get something to him or her.
Thank you very much. I'll take a minute here just to thank everyone who helped me through this campaign. It's wonderful to know I have the love and support from so many people, and I did appreciate very much. And I guarantee you I'll do my very best to represent everyone in this district to do the right thing for kids and for our staff. And I especially want to thank my husband for putting up with my attitude sometimes when I was tired and didn't want to do anything. And he'd say, "Come on, you can do this." It's like, "Oh, okay, I can do this." And he believed I could do it, and I guess I could do it because he helps me get everything done. Well, thank you. If he's even awake over there. He thinks these meetings are appropriately called board meetings because he's very bored, but he brings me here every time. So my hat's off to him. Holiday season. Cherish your family. Yes, I miss CSBA this year, folks, because I came down with that awful cold, and it lasted about a month. I'm still feeling like it's over. So be careful out there. There's a lot more germs than people realize, and you don't think you're going to get anything. And man, when it hits hard and doesn't want to let go. So be very careful this holiday season, but cherish your family because you never know how long they may or may not be with you. So enjoy your family, enjoy life, and just celebrate. And thanks to everyone for all the hard work they've done. It's working for children in a school. Everyone's job is so important to make everything run. But in my heart, there's nothing more important than being in the classroom with those kids and seeing the smile on their faces, making sure they got shoes on their feet. And it's just, when you go into this work, it's a gift from you, but it's a gift from God to give you the talent to do it. And I just truly appreciate everybody from every department that makes sure we have what we need for kids. And I just want to celebrate that because that's celebrating life and for our future. So I wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, or whatever you celebrate at this time. And we are now going to go into closed session to discuss the items on the agenda. Yes. Oh, are we going to do a picture? Oh, stick around for Katie and her picture. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're now adjourning to closed session. It's on. Yeah, it's on. Okay, you ready, Joanne? 12.0 public session, action reported from closed session. Item 12.1, personnel, public employee, appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, announce. On a motion made by Dan Flores and seconded by Board Member Fuentes, the board approved the following. Certificated coaches 4. Okay. Certificated regular staff 3, classified management 1, classified coaches 5, volunteer coaches 1, and volunteer general 38. Item 12.2. Yes. 12.2, in closed session on a motion of Board Member Dan Flores and seconded by Board Member Sandoval, the board took action to suspend classified employee with EIN 10860 without pay pursuant to Ed Code Section 44939, and to authorize the administration to issue a 30-day notice of dismissal in accordance with Education Code 44934, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. And that was unanimous, Joanne. Item 12.3. No, it's okay. Personnel, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Sandoval, the board appointed Gregory Fromm, Assistant Superintendent, Business Services Division. What did she say?
7-0, yes.
7-0, yeah. 13.1, approval of the contract between Colton Joint Unified School District and the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services Division. Term, January 9, 2023 to June 30th, 2026. Salary, $218,675. Work year, 223 days. Vehicle, district-provided vehicle for Assistant Superintendent's use. Health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees, and sick leave 14 days per year. I'll ask for a motion to approve the contract between Colton Joint Unified School District and the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. I have a motion by Mr. Fuentes. Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Nay. Any abstentions? So on a motion by Board Member Fuentes and is seconded by Board Member Flores, the board approved the contract between Colton Joint Unified School District and the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, 7-0. I'm sorry, 6, because Mrs. Harrell went home. And with that, we are adjourned. Merry Christmas, everybody.